Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The towers of Thornvale gleamed like frosted silver in the morning light. Their once welcoming spires now twisted into grotesque shapes that clawed at the sky. Where banners of azure and gold had once fluttered in gentle breezes, tattered remnants hung limp and gray, as if the very color had been leached from the fabric. In the courtyard below, where fountains had once danced and children had played, twisted statues of tortured figures reached upward in silent supplication, their stone faces frozen in eternal horror. Gandalf the Grey stood upon the ridge overlooking the fallen kingdom, his weathered hands gripping his staff as the wind tugged at his robes and beard. His eyes, ancient and weary beneath bushy brows, reflected the knowledge of countless ages and the terrible recognition of a curse he had witnessed once before, in an age when the world was younger. The nightmare plague, he murmured, his voice carried away by the chill wind. I had hoped never to see its like again. Beside him, a young scout from the neighboring kingdom of Ardith shifted uneasily. The Queen at Ree still lives, Lord Gandalf, though none can wake her from her trance. She sits upon her throne, eyes open but unseeing, while around her the court has changed how? Gandalf asked, though the dread in his heart told him he already knew the answer. They've become reflections of their darkest fears, the scout replied, his voice dropping to a whisper, as if speaking the words aloud might make them more real. The royal champion, who feared failure above all else, now stands as a statue of shattered armor, eternally falling. The court minstrel, who dreaded losing his voice, now screams silently with a mouth that stretches impossibly wide. And the people, he shuddered. Those who haven't fled wander the streets like living nightmares. Transformed into twisted versions of themselves, Gandalf closed his eyes briefly, the weight of memories pressing upon him. He had seen this before in the aftermath of the War of Wrath, when the first dark seeds of Morgoth's malice had taken root in the dreams of the victorious but traumatized survivors. That corruption had been contained, sealed away by powers greater than his own. Yet here it was again, blooming like a poisonous flower in this peaceful realm. There is but one remedy, Gandalf said finally, opening his eyes to gaze once more upon the corrupted city. The crown of thorns, or as it was known in the elder days, the crown of Twilight, the scout's eyes widened. The cursed crown of the Elven King? That's just a legend used to frighten children. A wan smile touched Gandalf's lips. Many legends have their roots in truths too terrible to be remembered clearly. The crown of Twilight was forged by the high elves of the First Age as a weapon against the great enemy. It grants its wearer the power to reshape reality itself, to unmake corruption, and restore what was lost. His expression darkened. But such power exacts a terrible price. It feeds on the wearer's deepest fears, magnifying them until they consume the mind entirely. Then it's no remedy at all, the scout protested. It would only spread the curse further. Perhaps, Gandalf conceded. But I helped hide the crown after witnessing its power and the devastation it caused. I know its nature better than any living being. And I know where it lies hidden. 3 days later, Gandalf stood at the edge of the Shadowlands, a desolate region where twisted trees grew in impossible angles and mist clung to the ground like spectral fingers. No birds sang here. No animals rustled in the underbrush. Even the insects seemed to have abandoned this blighted place. "You should not have come, Mithrander." The voice emerged from the mist before its owner, a tall figure in tattered robes that might once have been finely woven, but now hung in rags from his gaunt frame. His face, partially concealed by a hood, revealed only a sharp chin covered in unkempt stubble and eyes that gleamed with a feverish light. "Krell," Gandalf acknowledged, his tone carefully neutral. "Or do you still call yourself the Lord of Shadows these days?" A harsh laugh escaped the figure as he pushed back his hood, revealing a face that might once have been handsome, but was now haggard and lined with bitterness. A jagged scar ran from his left temple to his jawline, puckered and angry against his pale skin. "I abandoned titles long ago, just as I abandoned the foolish ambitions you once nurtured in me." Krell's gaze hardened. "Why have you come to my exile, old teacher? Have you finally come to finish what you started?" The accusation hung in the air between them, sharp as a drawn blade. Gandalf leaned heavily on his staff, feeling the weight of centuries pressing down upon his shoulders. "I failed you, Krell. I recognized your talent, but not the darkness growing within you. I pushed you toward greatness without teaching you the wisdom to wield it." Gandalf's voice was soft but steady. "But I did not come to dwell on past mistakes. Thornvale has fallen to the nightmare plague." Something flickered in Krell's eyes, concern, perhaps, or merely interest. "And you seek the crown? After all your lectures about power and temptation, you would use it yourself? I see no other way. The plague spreads even now. If it reaches the neighboring kingdoms," Gandalf let the implication hang. Krell turned away, his posture rigid. "The crown lies at the heart of the Shadowlands, in the ruins of what was once my greatest folly, the Tower of Forbidden Lore. I cannot approach it. The tower remembers me, then be my guide to its threshold," Gandalf urged. "Help me save Thornvale. Whatever lies between us, surely you don't wish to see thousands suffer the fate that nearly claimed you." For a long moment, Krell remained silent, his back to his former mentor. When he finally spoke, his voice had lost some of its bitter edge. "I will lead you to the tower. But Mithrander, beware, the crown shows each wearer a different face. To me, it offered vengeance against those who had wronged me. What will it offer you, I wonder? What fear lies deepest in the heart of a servant of the secret fire?" The journey through the Shadowlands tested Gandalf in ways he had not been tested for centuries. The mist played tricks on the mind, conjuring spectral figures from memory, faces of those he had failed to save, battles he had nearly lost, moments of doubt in his long service to Middle-earth. Krell moved ahead with the confidence of one long accustomed to such horrors, occasionally glancing back as if to ensure his former mentor still followed. "You never told me how the curse that now afflicts Thornvale relates to your own past," Krell said during a rare moment of rest beside a pool of water, so still it seemed like black glass. "You recognized it immediately. Why?" Gandalf's gaze grew distant. "Long ago, before you were born, I witnessed the aftermath of the great wars against the enemy. Victory came at a terrible price, not just in lives lost, but in spirits broken. Dreams became corrupted, turning inward like poisoned blades. The strongest among us created the crown as a means to heal those wounds, to reshape the broken dreams of the survivors, but it went wrong," Krell surmised. "Power always does, and hands unprepared for its weight," Gandalf replied heavily. "The crown began to feed on fear rather than heal it. Its creators became the first victims of the nightmare plague. I helped seal away both crown and plague in the aftermath, binding them with spells of forgetting and containment, his brow furrowed deeply. Someone has broken those bonds. The plague in Thornvale is no accident. It is a deliberate unleashing. Krell's expression hardened. Then we face not just the crown's peril, but the hand that freed the plague. Yes, Gandalf agreed grimly. And I fear I know whose hand it might be. The Tower of Forbidden Lore rose before them on the 5th day, an impossible structure of black stone. It seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Its architecture defied reason. Staircases spiraled outward into empty air, arches connected to nothing, and windows peered into voids between dimensions. My greatest achievement and my doom, Krell said bitterly. I sought knowledge without limit. I found madness instead. He pointed to an entrance at the base of the tower. The crown lies in the central chamber, suspended above an abyss. This is where I leave you, Mithrander. The tower will not tolerate my presence again. Gandalf gripped his former student's shoulder. Thank you, Krell. Whatever lies between us, know that I have never stopped regretting my failure to guide you properly. A complexity of emotions crossed Krell's face. Save Thornvale, old man. Then perhaps we can speak of redemption for both of us. The interior of the tower pulsed with memories, not Gandalf's own echoes of Krell's quest for knowledge, fragments of forbidden lore, whispers of entities best left undisturbed. At the heart of the structure, just as Krell had described, a narrow bridge extended over a bottomless chasm, leading to a central platform where the crown of Twilight hovered in mid-air. It was both beautiful and terrible to behold. A circlet of what appeared to be twisted silver branches, each tipped with a thorn that gleamed like a star. Within the thorns, shadows moved like living things, occasionally forming shapes that tugged at the edges of perception. As Gandalf approached, the crown seemed to sense his presence. The shadows within it swirled more vigorously, and a voice that was not a voice spoke directly into his mind. Olrin. Mithrander. Gandalf. So many names for one who fears he is not enough. Gandalf steeled himself against the intrusion. You know not my fears, Crown of Twilight, but I do. You fear that all your wandering, all your guidance, all your sacrifices will come to naught. You fear that darkness will triumph despite your best efforts. You fear that those you have mentored will repeat your own mistakes. Images flashed before Gandalf's eyes. Middle-earth in flames, the free peoples enslaved, his allies fallen. And behind it all, a familiar presence. Saruman. Gandalf whispered, sudden understanding dawning. It was you who unleashed the plague upon Thornvale. From the shadows stepped a figure in robes of white, his beard and hair immaculate, his dark eyes cold with purpose. The crown was always meant for greater purposes than healing nightmares, my friend, Saruman said, his melodious voice echoing in the chamber. With it, reality itself can be reshaped. The age of elves is ending. The dominion of men approaches. But men are weak, fractious, blind to the greater patterns of history. They require guidance, control, you mean, Gandalf countered. The crown corrupts, Saruman. It feeds on fear and twists it to its own purpose, only for the weak-minded, Saruman dismissed. I have studied its nature for centuries. The plague was merely a test proof that the crown's power can reach across vast distances. He extended his hand. Step aside, Gandalf. This power is beyond you. Gandalf stood his ground between Saruman and the crown. I cannot let you take it, old friend. Not even you can control its power without being controlled in turn. Saruman's expression hardened. Then you leave me no choice. The battle that followed shook the very foundations of the tower too, Istari locked in a contest of wills and magic that neither had anticipated in their long centuries of friendship. Spells of binding and release, of fire and shadow, of protection and destruction echoed through the twisted corridors. In the end, it was not might but understanding that tipped the balance. As Saruman summoned a whirlwind of force to drive Gandalf from the bridge, the Grey Pilgrim did not resist, but instead stepped toward the crown itself. In one fluid motion, he placed it upon his head. Agony seared through Gandalf's mind as the crown's thorns sank into his flesh and spirit. His deepest fears unfolded before him: failure, darkness triumphant, the end of all things fair in Middle-earth. But unlike Krell, and like the crown's original creators, Gandalf did not fight these fears nor try to reshape them. He acknowledged them, accepted them as part of his long journey. "Fear is not weakness," he gasped, his voice strained but resolute. "It is wisdom when faced with courage." The crown flared with blinding light as Gandalf poured his will into it, not to command but to guide, not to control but to heal. His consciousness expanded beyond the tower, beyond the shadowlands, reaching toward Thornvale, where a queen sat trapped in nightmares, and her people suffered the manifestation of their deepest dreads. In that moment, Gandalf understood the crown's true purpose. It had never been meant as a weapon, but as a mirror reflecting fears so they could be faced, rather than festering in darkness. As the light faded, Gandalf stood transformed. The crown had dissolved into his very being, its thorns becoming a circlet of light around his brow. Before him, Saruman gazed with a mixture of awe and resentment. "You've bound it to yourself," the white wizard said accusingly. "All that power, not bound," Gandalf corrected gently. "Released. The crown was never meant to be worn, but to be understood. Its power returns now to Thornvale, not to reshape or control, but to illuminate, to show each afflicted soul the path through their own darkness." His eyes met Saruman's with compassion, rather than condemnation. "As it has shown me the path through mine." With that, Gandalf the Grey descended from the Tower of Forbidden Lore, his step lighter despite the burden of knowledge he now carried. Behind him, Saruman remained, his plans thwarted, but his ambition undiminished. Ahead, Krell waited at the edge of the Shadowlands, his face revealing surprise at Gandalf's changed appearance. "You wear the crown, yet you are still yourself," Krell marveled. "Because I did not seek to master it," Gandalf replied, "but to understand its purpose. Come with me to Thornvale, former student. There is healing to be done, not just for the Queen and her people, but perhaps for you as well." As dawn broke over the horizon, master and pupil set forth together, their path illuminated by the faint glow that now emanated from Gandalf's staff, a light to pierce the darkness of nightmares and guide lost souls home. Story 2. The ancient bell towers of Minden and Dar stood silent against the twilight sky, their silver chimes hushed for the first time in 3 millennia. Snow fell upon the alabaster stones of the White Council's chamber, drifting through the shattered dome that once bore enchantments strong enough to withstand dragonfire. Blood not red as mortals, but shimmering with the faint blue luminescence of ancient magic, traced intricate patterns across the marble floor where the last of the council members had stood. And in the center of it all lay Gandalf the Grey, his weathered face slack in unconsciousness, his gnarled fingers still clutching his staff, though the crystal at its crown had gone dark, its light extinguished like a candle in a tempest. When his eyes finally opened, they reflected only confusion where wisdom had dwelled for countless centuries. The council chamber was surrounded by the Justicars in their silver armor, led by Saruman the White, whose face betrayed no emotion as he gazed down at his fallen colleague. "You alone remain," Gandalf, Saruman said, his voice soft yet carrying the weight of judgment. "You alone were found when Lady Galadriel vanished. when Lord Elrond disappeared. When Radagast was taken, he extended his staff, its obsidian tip now gleaming with the coldness that had never before emanated from the White Wizard. The evidence speaks for itself. Gandalf's lips parted, but the words he saw scattered like leaves in autumn wind. His memories, the vast tapestry of time through which he had wandered as Olrin before being sent to Middle-earth. The countless ages he had witnessed, the secrets he had guarded, all were fragmented, mere shards of a shattered mirror reflecting distorted images he could no longer recognize. "I remember nothing," he whispered, a tremor in his voice that had once commanded armies and counseled kings. "A convenient affliction," Saruman replied. "Seize him." But as the Justicars moved forward, their silver armor gleaming in the fading light, Gandalf felt a surge of instinct older than thought, deeper than memory. His staff, though dimmed, responded to his grip. A flash of light erupted, not the brilliant white of his power at its fullest, but enough to blind his would-be captors momentarily. In that heartbeat of confusion, he found himself running, his aged body remembering strength his mind had forgotten. "Find him." Saruman's voice echoed behind him, cold fury replacing the measured tones of before. He must not reach the sanctuary. The sanctuary. The word resonated within Gandalf's fractured consciousness, a beacon in the darkness of his amnesia. He did not know what it meant, but his feet carried him through the winding streets of the White City, down forgotten passages and ancient staircases. Guards shouted, citizens scattered, and somewhere overhead, a terrible winged shadow passed, blotting out the stars. 3 days later, Gandalf stood at the edge of the Whispering Woods, his robes tattered, his beard singed from a narrow escape, when Saruman's forces had nearly cornered him at the ford of Isen. The trees before him swayed without wind, their ancient boughs seeming to beckon him forward while simultaneously warning away all who approached. "It is as you said it would be, old friend," came a voice like rustling leaves. From between the trees emerged a figure that seemed carved from the forest itself, bark-skinned and moss-bearded, with eyes reflecting starlight, though no stars shone through the canopy. "The end comes as you foretold, though you no longer remember your own prophecy, Treebird," Gandalf whispered, the name surfacing from the depths of his fractured mind. "You know me, Rum, whom?" the Ent rumbled. "I knew you when the world was younger, when my forest stretched from the mountains to the sea. I knew you when you first came to us, not yet wearing the shape of an old man, but shining with the light of the west. The ancient tree shepherd extended a gnarled hand, offering a small silver key that seemed to capture and reflect the sparse moonlight filtering through the leaves. "The way to the sanctuary lies beneath the roots of the eldest tree. You made me swear to guide you there if ever you returned with empty eyes and a darkened staff." As Gandalf took the key, images flashed before him, fragments of memory, a vast underground chamber where spectral figures walked among pillars of light, a pool that reflected not the present, but the past, walls inscribed with the histories of ages long forgotten by all save the Astari. "Why would I forget such a place?" Gandalf murmured. "Because you feared what you discovered there," Treebird replied solemnly. "You feared that the greatest threat to the magic of this world was not Sauron, nor any other dark power from without, but betrayal from within. The heart of the Whispering Woods held secrets older than the naming of stars. At its center stood the grandfather tree, its massive trunk wider than 12 men with arms outstretched could encompass. Beneath its most prominent root, half buried in the earth, Gandalf found a door of silver and mithril, its surface etched with runes that shifted and changed as he watched. The key fit perfectly into a lock hidden among the runes. As it turned, the door swung inward without a sound, revealing a spiraling staircase descending into darkness. Gandalf's staff flickered weakly, then suddenly blazed with renewed light, as if responding to the proximity of ancient magic. "Hurry," Treebird urged, his wooden features creased with concern. "The Sky Watchers come. I will delay them, but even the strength of the forest may not withstand what Saruman now commands, descending into the earth." Gandalf felt the weight of ages pressing upon him. Each step seemed to awaken faint echoes of memory, whispers of conversations long past, glimpses of faces both beloved and feared. By the time he reached the bottom of the staircase, tears streamed down his weathered cheeks, though he could not have said why he wept. The sanctuary of echoes stretched before him, a vast chamber whose ceiling was lost in darkness above. Countless pillars of crystal rose from floor to unseen heights, each containing what appeared to be a figure frozen in luminescent amber. As Gandalf approached the nearest, he saw the face of a woman with ancient eyes and a crown of stars, a face he knew, yet could not name. "Varda," came a voice from the shadows. "You're looking at the memory of Varda, Queen of the Stars, as she appeared to the first Astari when we were sent to these shores. From between the crystal pillars emerged a hooded figure, bent with age and leaning upon a staff of twisted yew. As he pushed back his hood, Gandalf found himself staring at a face both strange and familiar, the weathered visage of a wizard, but one he did not recognize from the White Council. "LOTR," the stranger said, answering the honest question. "Once one of the Blue Wizards, now the last keeper of the sanctuary. You don't remember me, old friend, because my existence was the first memory they took from you, they?" Gandalf whispered, his voice echoing among the pillars. "The Void Speakers," LOTR replied grimly. "Those who believe that magic must be purged from the world, so that men might rule unfettered by the wisdom of older races. Saruman fell to their whispers long ago, though none suspected until recently." The Blue Wizard gestured around the vast chamber. "This place houses the collective memory of all Astari, every spell, every encounter, every moment of our existence, since we were sent to guide this world. It is from here that they have been systematically erasing us, not just from the present, but from history itself. As understanding dawned, Gandalf felt a terrible weight settle upon his shoulders. The disappearances of the council members. "They are not dead," LOTR confirmed. "Worse, they have been unmade. Their memories extracted and their very essence scattered across the void. Just as was nearly done to you, moving deeper into the sanctuary, LOTR led Gandalf to its center, where a pool of silver liquid reflected impossible visions, battles long past, cities long crumbled to dust, and faces both strange and familiar. "This is the Well of Remembrance," LOTR explained. "Through it, you can reclaim what was taken from you, but be warned, the memories will bring pain as well as power." The knowledge of betrayal cuts deeper than any blade. Gandalf knelt beside the pool, his reflection showing not the aged face he wore now, but something older, brighter, more terrible and beautiful. "What choice have I? If what you say is true, then all of Middle-earth stands upon the edge of a darkness from which there may be no awakening, no choice at all," LOTR agreed sadly. "But know this, when your memory returns, you will understand why Saruman turned against his own kind. You will face the question that has haunted all Astari since our arrival. Were we sent to guide this world toward its destiny, or to delay its true evolution?" As Gandalf's fingers touched the silvery surface of the pool, the liquid surged upward, enveloping his hand, then his arm, then spreading across his body like living quicksilver. His eyes blazed with sudden light as thousands of years of memory cascaded through his consciousness, joy and sorrow, victory and defeat, love and loss. He remembered everything, the true purpose of the White Council, the ancient prophecy that foretold the fading of magic from the world, the secret order that had worked for millennia to hasten that fading, and most terribly, the role that he himself had played in bringing about the current crisis. When the silver liquid finally receded, Gandalf stood changed. His robes, once gray with travel and age, now gleamed with the subtle luminescence of starlight. His staff blazed with renewed power, and his eyes held the wisdom and sorrow of countless ages. "I remember now," he whispered, his voice resonating with newfound strength. "I remember who I am." From the shadows at the far end of the sanctuary came the sound of slow, deliberate applause. Saruman the White stepped into the light, flanked by armored figures whose eyes glowed with an unnatural blue flame. "Welcome back, old friend," Saruman said, a cold smile playing across his lips. "I had hoped you would find your way here. After all, it's so much more efficient to erase the memories of the Astari when they're conveniently gathered in one place." Gandalf raised his staff, ancient words of power forming on his lips. Around him, the crystal pillars began to glow with intensifying light as the memories of countless ages of magic awakened to his call. "You have forgotten the most important lesson we learned upon these shores," Saruman, Gandalf said, his voice echoing with the power of his restored identity. "True magic cannot be erased. It can only be transformed." He stepped forward, the full might of his restored power radiating around him like a mantle of light. "And I am Olrin, the dreamer of dreams. I am Mithrandir, the Grey Pilgrim. I am Gandalf, and I remember." Story 3. The ruins of Kronos lay half submerged in waters that had once been the seabed of a forgotten ocean. Alabaster pillars, etched with runes older than the tongues of men or even elves, rose like the fingers of drowned giants from the mist-shrouded lagoon. In the heart of these forsaken ruins stood Gandalf the Grey, water lapping at the hem of his travel-worn robes, his eyes reflecting the strange azure light that pulls from deep within the sunken library's remaining chambers. For 3 centuries, Gandalf had searched for this place ever since discovering a fragment of parchment in Elrond's archives that spoke of the Chronos Codex, wherein is written the grammar of time itself, as an Astari, one of the 5 wizards sent to Middle-earth. Gandalf had always sensed that his nature was somehow bound to the flow of time differently than the mortal races he was sent to guide. Now, standing before the submerged archway inscribed with symbols that seemed to shift and change even as he studied them, he felt he might finally understand why. "The doorway requires payment," Gandalf murmured to himself, his weathered fingers tracing the shifting runes. Not in gold or jewels, but in time itself, drawing his sword, Glamdring the foehammer that had once belonged to Turgon, High King of the Noldor. Gandalf pressed its tip against his palm. A single drop of blood fell into the waters at his feet. The liquid rippled outward in concentric circles that pulsed with increasing luminescence, until the entire lagoon glowed with an ethereal blue light. 3 days, he whispered, feeling a strange hollowness as the magic of the place exacted its toll. 3 days of my life given freely. The archway shimmered, and the waters receded, revealing a staircase descending into darkness. With a deep breath that carried the weight of countless years, Gandalf stepped forward, his staff now glowing with a light to match the azure radiance of the ruins. The library of Kronos unfolded before him, a vast chamber impossibly larger than the ruins above suggested. Countless shelves stretched in all directions, burdened with tomes whose spines were etched with writing in languages long forgotten. The air hummed with a strange resonance, as if the very fabric of reality vibrated at a different frequency here. Hours or perhaps days passed as Gandalf searched through the labyrinthine stacks. Time seemed to flow strangely here, sometimes rushing forward in dizzying bursts, other times slowing to an agonizing crawl. Finally, in a secluded alcove lit by crystals that contained what appeared to be frozen lightning, he found a massive tome bound in what resembled not leather, but something like solidified quicksilver, constantly shifting and flowing across its surface. The Kronos Codex, Gandalf breathed, his voice barely audible even to himself. As his fingers touched the cover, images flashed through his mind, memories not his own, or perhaps memories of futures not yet come to pass. He saw himself as Olrin in the gardens of Valinor, walking among the mire before being chosen for the journey to Middle-earth. He saw battles yet unfought, a fiery chasm and a creature of shadow and flame. He saw himself clothed in white instead of gray, standing upon a mountain peak. With trembling hands, he opened the book. The pages contained no words, only intricate patterns of lines and circles that seemed to move and reposition themselves even as he tried to study them. Focusing his will, Gandalf passed his hand over the pages, whispering words of power in the ancient tongue of the Valar. Slowly, the patterns resolved themselves into legible script, the grammar of time itself, written in a language he could somehow understand despite never having seen it before. So absorbed was he in the codex that Gandalf failed to notice the subtle change in the air, the almost imperceptible shift in the resonance that permeated the library. It was only when a cool draft touched the back of his neck that he looked up, startled to find the alcove suddenly open to a different space, entirely a corridor of stone that had not been there moments before. And in that corridor stood a woman, clad in armor of a design Gandalf had never seen, sleek plates that seemed molded to her form, bearing symbols and circuitry that glowed with an inner light. Her eyes, cold and assessing, widened slightly at the sight of him. "Impossible," she said, her accent strange, yet her words understandable. The Kronos breach was supposed to be empty. The records said this section was destroyed in the temporal purge. Gandalf rose to his full height, the codex clutched in one hand, his staff in the other. "I am Gandalf the Grey," he said, his voice carrying the subtle power of one accustomed to being heeded. "And you, my lady, are trespassing in a place few are permitted to enter." The woman laughed, a sound devoid of warmth. "I am Commander Moira Thane of the Temporal Enforcement Division. This entire sector was quarantined after the magic extinction event of the Third Age." Her hand moved to a weapon at her hip, a sleek device Gandalf did not recognize. "Put down the codex, old man. Temporal artifacts are restricted by Nexus Protocol Alpha, magic extinction event." Gandalf's brow furrowed. "What madness do you speak of?" Before Moira could respond, a tremor shook the library, causing ancient tomes to tumble from their shelves. The walls themselves seemed to ripple like the surface of a disturbed pond. Boundary collapse. Moira shouted, her composure fracturing as she glanced at a device on her wrist. "The temporal anchor is failing. We need to." Her words were cut short as reality itself seemed to tear apart, the air between them splitting with a blinding flash of light. Both Gandalf and Moira were thrown backward, the codex falling from the wizard's grasp. When Gandalf's vision cleared, the library of Kronos was transformed. Half the shelves had vanished, replaced by strange metal constructs blinking with lights and emitting soft humming sounds. The remaining shelves stood as before, but many books now appeared aged hundreds of years in an instant, their covers crumbling to dust. Moira groaned nearby, struggling to her feet. Blood trickled from a cut on her forehead, and her armor seemed damaged, the glowing circuitry flickering erratically. "What have you done?" she demanded, though her voice now held more fear than authority. "You've caused a temporal confluence. Two time streams merging. Do you have any idea what this means?" Gandalf, reaching for the fallen codex, paused as its pages flipped rapidly on their own, stopping at an illustration he had not seen before. It showed figures very much like Moira, wielding devices against robed figures that resembled wizards. Above them loomed shadowy presences, manipulating threads that connected to both sides. The weavers, he murmured, understanding dawning. They exist outside of time. The Guild of Weavers is nothing but propaganda. Moira snapped, though uncertainty flickered across her face. Stories told to justify resistance against the Temporal Enforcement Division. She took a step forward. The magic wars nearly destroyed reality itself. That's why it had to be purged. Another tremor shook the library, more violent than the first. A fissure opened in the floor between them, and from its depths rose a column of swirling energy that coalesced into a form both terrible and beautiful, a dragon, unlike any Gandalf had seen before. Its scales gleamed not with the metallic luster of its kind, but with a strange iridescence that seemed to shift between solid matter and pure energy. Drakus, Gandalf whispered, the name coming to his lips unbidden, drawn from some future memory not yet experienced. The dragon's eyes, ancient and knowing, regarded them both. When it spoke, its voice resonated not in the air, but directly in their minds. So the wheels turn again, it said. The Weaver and the Enforcer meet once more, as they have countless times across the tapestry. What is this creature? Moira demanded, her weapon now trained on the dragon. I believe, Gandalf said slowly, he is the last of his kind. A being that exists simultaneously across multiple streams of time. He looked up at the magnificent creature. And I suspect he has been waiting for us. The dragon's massive head dipped in acknowledgement. The weavers move against the natural order once again, manipulating both your eras toward the great convergence, the moment when all time streams collapse into a single reality of their design. Gandalf's mind raced as he pieced together the fragments of understanding gleaned from the Codex and this strange meeting. The magic extinction event she speaks of, it was no natural occurrence. No, Drakus confirmed. The Weavers have spent millennia orchestrating the removal of magic from reality, eliminating those who could sense their manipulations. In her time, they have nearly succeeded. Moira's weapon lowered slightly as confusion and doubt played across her features. That's not possible. The historical records clearly show that magic was a destabilizing force. That she stopped, eyes widening. The records. Could they have been altered? All history is malleable to those who exist outside it, Drakus said. But the timeline can still be preserved if you act now together. The library shuddered again, and beyond the broken walls, Gandalf could see impossible vistas, futuristic cities of gleaming metal, alongside ancient forests where creatures of legend still dwelled, desert wastelands merging with verdant plains. The temporal boundaries were continuing to collapse. The Codex, Gandalf said, gathering the book to his chest. It contains the knowledge we need to navigate the time streams, to find the Weavers and stop this convergence. He extended his hand to Moira. I know little of your world, Commander, as you know little of mine. But I suspect neither of us wishes to see our realities unmade according to another's design. Moira hesitated, conflict evident in her eyes. Finally, with a decisive nod, she clasped his offered hand. I've spent my life enforcing laws I was told protected reality, she said grimly. If those laws were created by these Weavers, then I've been nothing but their pawn. Drakus lowered his massive form, offering his back to them. The pathways between times grow unstable. We must move quickly if we are to reach the first nexus point where the manipulation began, as Gandalf climbed onto the dragon's back, helping Moira up behind him. He felt a strange certainty that this journey would take him through the very fabric of his own long life, showing him faces of himself he had forgotten or had yet to become. the codex poised in his grasp, as if eager to reveal its secrets. "Hold fast, Commander," he said as Drakos' powerful wings unfurled. "We have much to learn from each other if we are to unravel this conspiracy of ages." The dragon launched upward, not through the ceiling of the library, but somehow through time itself, leaving the ruins of Kronos behind as they soared toward the first of many battles in a war that spanned the very history of existence. Story 4. The Citadel of Aerion hung suspended between earth and sky, anchored to the peak of Mount Celestial by massive chains forged in the forgotten fires of the elder days. Its alabaster towers pierced the clouds like the crown of some ancient king, while gardens and courtyards dangled beneath, swaying gently in the mountain winds. For 5 millennia, this impossible fortress had stood as the neutral ground where the 5 kingdoms settled their disputes and renewed their ancient pacts under the guidance of the Oracle of Eras, a living relic, whose wisdom had preserved the balance of power since the dark times. Gandalf the Grey stood upon the crystal bridge, the only approach to the floating citadel, his weathered hands gripping his staff as the wind tugged at his robes and hat. His eyes, keen beneath bushy brows, observed the disturbing changes that had overtaken Aryan since his last visit. The ever-burning lamps that had illuminated the bridge for centuries were extinguished. The banners of the 5 kingdoms, which had always fluttered proudly from the highest spires, were conspicuously absent. And most troubling of all was the silence, no birdsong from the hanging gardens, no distant voices of the keepers who maintained the oracle's sanctuary. "Something is gravely amiss," Gandalf murmured to the empty air, his voice carried away by the whistling wind. He had felt the disturbance 3 nights past, a ripple in the fabric of power that bound the realms together, followed by a profound silence where once the comforting presence of the oracle had always lingered at the edges of his awareness. That same night, the stars had shifted in unsettling patterns, and dreams of warning had come to him, visions of the oracle's chamber, its mystical pool of liquid starlight churning with shadows that should not exist. As Gandalf approached the massive gates of silver and mithril, they swung open silently before him, not in welcome, but as if recently forced and left unattended. Within the grand entrance hall, the eternal flame that had burned since the Citadel's creation was nothing more than smoldering embers in a bed of ash. Upon the walls, the great tapestries depicting the founding of the 5 kingdoms hung in tatters, as if clawed by some savage beast. "Halt, Mithrandir. You are not welcome here," the voice rang out from the shadows, followed by its owner, a tall figure clad in the silver armor of the Justicars, the elite guardians of the Citadel. His helm concealed his features, but the authority in his stance was unmistakable. "Lord Commander Artus," Gandalf greeted him, recognizing the ornate engravings on the armor. "I have come in response to a disquiet felt across the realms. The Oracle's presence has dimmed. The Oracle is not receiving visitors," Artus replied, his voice strangely flat. "Least of all wizards who arrive unannounced and uninvited." Gandalf's eyes narrowed slightly. In all his centuries of consulting the Oracle, never had he been denied entry. "I must insist, old friend. The balance of the 5 kingdoms may be at stake." The Lord Commander's hand moved to the hilt of his sword, another unprecedented breach of protocol, for weapons had never been drawn against emissaries within these hallowed halls. "The Oracle has declared all Astari to be enemies of the peace," Artus stated. "Your kind has been deemed too dangerous to be permitted within the Citadel walls. The Order of Shadows now guards the Oracle's wisdom, ensuring it is no longer corrupted by outside influences." The Order of Shadows. Gandalf's brow furrowed deeply. That sect was banished from the 5 kingdoms an age ago for attempting to manipulate the Oracle's prophecies for their own ends. "The world changes, Mithrandir," came another voice, melodious and coldly beautiful. From an adjacent corridor emerged a figure draped in robes of deepest indigo, embroidered with silver symbols that seemed to shift and change when viewed directly. Her face was partially concealed by a veil of shimmering material, but her eyes gleamed like polished obsidian. Lady Morvayn, Gandalf acknowledged, his tone carefully neutral. I had not expected to find the High Priestess of the Shadows within these walls. Former High Priestess, she corrected smoothly. Now I am merely the Oracle's voice. And the Oracle has spoken a truth long suppressed, that the wizards have manipulated the 5 kingdoms from the shadows, guiding events to serve their own inscrutable purpose. Gandalf studied her carefully, noting the subtle signs of triumph in her bearing. The Oracle's words have never before been filtered through an intermediary. I would hear them directly. That privilege has been revoked, Morvayn said with a cold smile. The Oracle's final prophecy before falling silent was most specific about the danger you represent. She gestured to Lord Commander Artus. Remove him from the Citadel. Should he resist, you may use whatever force is necessary. As Artus advanced, joined by 4 more Justicars who emerged from concealed positions, Gandalf's mind raced. The Oracle falling silent after a prophecy about the Astari, it could not be coincidence. And the timing aligned too perfectly with the celestial disturbances he had observed. With a quick movement that belied his apparent age, Gandalf swept his staff before him. A blinding flash of light filled the entrance hall, momentarily stunning the Justicars. By the time their vision cleared, the wizard was gone. In the lower levels of the Citadel, far from the grand chambers where dignitaries were typically received, Gandalf made his way through narrow service corridors known only to those who had visited Aryan in its earliest days. The dust on the floor revealed that none had passed this way in decades, none save one. A single set of footprints, fresh and distinct, led deeper into the forgotten passages. Following the trail, Gandalf emerged into a small, circular chamber that had once served as a meditation room for the Citadel's architects. Seated on a simple stone bench, illuminated by a single beam of light from a high window, was a gaunt figure in tattered black robes. I wondered when you would find me, Grey Pilgrim, the man said without looking up. His voice was a dry whisper, as if unused for many years. Though I had hoped for a few more hours to prepare, Vex, Gandalf said, recognition dawning as the figure finally raised his head, revealing a face so deeply lined it resembled cracked parchment. Vex, the necromancer. I had thought you imprisoned in the void chambers after your transgressions against the natural order. A bitter laugh escaped the necromancer's throat. I was. For 63 years, I contemplated my sins in perfect darkness, sustained only by the ambient magic of this place, his sunken eyes fixed on Gandalf with surprising clarity. Until 3 nights ago, when every ward and binding in the Citadel failed simultaneously. The Oracle's power, which has maintained this floating fortress for millennia, flickered like a candle in a storm. Gandalf leaned on his staff, his expression grave. What happened, Vex? Why has the Oracle fallen silent? Not fallen silent, Vex corrected. Silenced. I witnessed it from my cell as the Order of Shadows infiltrated the sanctum. They came not as supplicants, but as conquerors, bearing an artifact I had only read about in forbidden texts, the void crystal of Xanthar, said to be able to absorb and contain any power. No matter how ancient or divine, the Order was banished for seeking such relics, Gandalf mused. It seems they found at least one during their exile. They found more than relics, Vex said, rising stiffly from his seat. They found allies among the stars' entities that should not exist in our reality. I glimpsed them through the Oracle's pool as they performed their ritual. Beings of shadow and starlight, their forms incomprehensible to mortal eyes. The necromancer shuddered at the memory. The oracle began a prophecy, something about the fall of the kingdoms and the rise of a shadow from beyond the veil, but was cut off mid-utterance. As the crystal absorbed its essence, Gandalf's mind worked rapidly, connecting fragments of lore from his vast knowledge. An oracle is not merely a seer, but a nexus of temporal energy, a living anchor point for reality itself. If the Order has truly captured the oracle's power, then the barriers between worlds grow thin, Vex finished grimly. Already I can feel it, the wrongness in the air, the subtle shifting of what should be immutable laws. The five kingdoms are only the beginning. These entities seek entry into our world on a scale not seen since the Elder Days. For a long moment, Gandalf was silent, weighing impossible choices. Then, with a deep sigh, he extended his hand to the necromancer. It seems, Vex, that dire circumstances make for unlikely alliances. Your knowledge of forbidden lore may be our only advantage. Vex stared at the offered hand with surprise. You would trust me after what I did. After the armies of the dead I raised against the Eastern Kingdom? Trust is perhaps too strong a word, Gandalf replied with the ghost of a smile. Let us call it a calculated risk. Neither of us wishes to see these shadow entities gain a foothold in our world. After a moment's hesitation, Vex clasped Gandalf's hand. The oracle's chamber will be heavily guarded. And even if we reach it, the void crystal cannot be destroyed by any conventional means. Then we must be unconventional, Gandalf said, his eyes gleaming with determination. First, we need to understand exactly what prophecy the oracle was attempting to deliver when it was silenced. There may be a way, Vex said slowly. The oracle's essence exists beyond physical form. What the crystal captured was merely its manifestation in our reality. The echoes of its final prophecy might still linger in the ether, accessible to those sensitive to such vibrations, a dangerous form of divination, Gandalf warned. One that could attract the attention of these entities you glimpsed. All meaningful actions carry risk, Grey Pilgrim, Vex responded. But I will need components, rare herbs and crystals from the Hanging Gardens, and most crucially, water from the oracle's pool itself. Then we shall acquire them, Gandalf said with finality. The fate of not just the five kingdoms, but all of Middle-earth, may depend on what we learn. Through shadow-shrouded corridors they crept, an unlikely pair bound by cosmic necessity. The Citadel, once a beacon of wisdom and diplomacy, had transformed into a fortress of secrecy and fear. Justicars patrolled in pairs, their once proud bearing replaced by a mechanical precision that spoke of minds no longer entirely their own. Members of the Order of Shadows drifted through the halls like wraiths, their indigo robes seeming to absorb the light around them. In the Hanging Gardens, now withered in gray, where vibrant life had once flourished, Vex gathered the materials he needed with the precision of a scholar. Gandalf stood watch, his senses extended to detect approaching danger, his mind troubled by the implications of what they had learned. The Order of Shadows has always sought power, he mused quietly. But never before have they reached so far beyond the boundaries of our world. What changed during their exile to make them court such dangerous allies? Perhaps they found something in the void between stars that offered them knowledge, or perhaps something found them, Vex suggested as he carefully collected the dried petals of a moonflower. Ambition makes one vulnerable to whispers of power. As I learned to my detriment, their final objective, water from the oracle's pool, proved the most challenging. The great chamber at the heart of the Citadel, where the oracle had resided for millennia, was guarded not only by Justicars, but by shadowy figures that seemed more absence than presence, their forms visible only as distortions in the air. Void sentinels, Vex whispered, his face pale. Summoned from the spaces between realities. They see not with eyes, but with sense of purpose. They will detect any living being that approaches, Gandalf studied the ethereal guardians thoughtfully. Not living, you say? Then perhaps we need a different approach entirely from within his robes. He produced a small pouch of dust collected from the ancient corners of the citadel. With a whispered word of power, he cast it into the air before them. The dust motes began to glow with an inner light, swirling and coalescing into the translucent form of a citadel keeper, one of the spectral attendants who had maintained Aryan since its creation. The memory of service remains in every stone of this place, Gandalf explained to the astonished necromancer. The keepers were bound to the citadel in life and death. Their echoes can still be called upon in times of greatest need. The dust-formed keeper drifted past the void sentinels, who showed no reaction to its presence. It approached the oracle's pool, now a dark, still surface where once living starlight had danced and collected a vial of the black liquid before returning to Gandalf's side. With their components gathered, they retreated to Vex's hidden chamber. There, the necromancer arranged an intricate pattern of herbs and crystals, placing the vial of dark water at its center. As he began to chant in a language older than the kingdoms themselves, Gandalf added his own power to the ritual, his staff glowing with increasing brightness as they reached towards the fragments of prophecy scattered across the ether. The chamber filled with a swirling mist that gradually took form, not words, but images reflecting in the black water, 5 thrones standing empty, stars blinking out one by one in a darkening sky, a crystal absorbing the light of the sun itself, and finally, most troublingly, a familiar white-robed figure with staff raised high, standing not against the darkness, but as its herald. Saruman, Gandalf breathed, recognition and dread washing over him. The head of my order, working with these entities from beyond the veil? It cannot be. The oracle's vision does not lie. Vex replied gravely. Your white wizard has made a pact with forces he cannot possibly comprehend. The Order of Shadows is merely his instrument, not the architect of this conspiracy. As the vision faded, Gandalf's resolve hardened. Then our task is greater and more perilous than I feared. We must free the oracle, warn the 5 kingdoms, and confront a betrayal I never thought possible. He gazed at the necromancer with new appreciation. Your knowledge of forbidden magics may be our greatest weapon, Vex. Are you prepared to face not only the Order of Shadows, but a corrupted Istari and the entities that have ensnared him? Vex rose to his full height, seeming to cast off decades of imprisonment with the movement. I have dwelled in darkness for over 60 years, contemplating my mistakes. Perhaps this is my opportunity for redemption, or at least for a more meaningful end than wasting away in a forgotten cell, as dawn broke over the floating citadel, casting long shadows through its crystal spires. An unlikely alliance was forged between wizard and necromancer. Beyond the mountains, the rulers of the 5 kingdoms remained unaware of the cosmic threat gathering above their realms. And somewhere in the void between stars, ancient entities stirred, their patience nearing its end as the barriers between worlds grew ever thinner. Gandalf gazed out through a narrow window at the kingdoms spread below, his expression resolute. Come, Vex. We have much to do, and the fate of all free peoples hangs in the balance. Story 5. The ancient forest of Elendel stretched beneath the shadow of the frost-crowned mountains, a sea of emerald and jade that had weathered the passing of countless ages. In the heart of this primeval woodland stood stones older than memory, massive monoliths arranged in a perfect circle, each inscribed with runes that glowed with a pale blue light when moonlight touched their weathered surfaces. For millennia, these runes had maintained a barrier between the mortal realm and something ancient and terrible that slumbered in the spaces between worlds. But on this night, as thunder rolled across distant peaks and a wind colder than midwinter stirred the treetops, The runes flickered like dying embers, their light fading for the first time since they had been carved by hands not of this world. Gandalf the Grey stood before the central monolith, his weathered hand pressed against the stone, feeling the pulse of magic grow fainter with each passing moment. His eyes, ancient and wise beneath bushy brows, reflected concern as he traced the fading patterns with gnarled fingers. "The seal weakens," he murmured, his voice barely audible above the wind's mournful keening. After all these ages, for centuries, Gandalf had wandered the breadth of Middle-earth, a figure of legend to those who glimpsed him passing through their lands here, offering counsel to a troubled king, there defending a village against creatures of shadow, always moving, always watching for signs of the darkness that forever threatened to encroach upon the free lands. Yet in all his long journeys, he had returned to this circle of stones each midwinter to renew the enchantments that bound what lay beyond. This year, he had arrived to find the magic already failing, the ancient spells unraveling like thread from a tapestry worn too thin by time. A rustling in the undergrowth broke his reverie. Gandalf turned, staff raised, its crystal tip illuminating the darkness with silver light. "Show yourself," he commanded, his voice carrying the subtle power of one accustomed to being obeyed. From between the ancient oaks stepped a figure clad in armor of burnished bronze and leather, a sword at her hip, and a bow across her back. Her features were proud and fierce, her dark hair bound in intricate braids interwoven with beads of amber and jade. Upon her brow sat a simple circlet of silver, marking her as royalty among her people. "Princess Lyra of the Eastern Marches," Gandalf acknowledged, lowering his staff slightly, but keeping it at the ready. "You are far from your father's halls, and you trespass in protected lands, wizard," she replied, her hand resting on her sword hilt. "These stones are sacred to my people. None may approach them save the appointed guardians." A weary smile touched Gandalf's lips. "I have been their guardian since before your grandfather's grandfather drew his first breath, young princess. I am Gandalf, though some call me Mithrandir, and others know me by names forgotten by all but the most ancient of scrolls." Lyra's eyes narrowed with suspicion. "My people speak of a Grey Pilgrim who comes with the winter winds, but those are merely tales told to children. The true guardian of the stones was lost long ago, when the Shadow Wars ended and the Astari departed these lands. Not all departed," Gandalf said softly, "and the wars against Shadow never truly end. They merely smolder like embers, waiting for the wind to ignite them once more." He gestured toward the monoliths. "The runes fade, Princess Lyra. The binding weakens. What sleeps beyond stirs in its ancient dreaming." Lyra studied the stones, her expression shifting from skepticism to alarm as she noticed the dimming light of the inscriptions. "Our lore speaks of this, the fading that precedes the return of the Devourer of Light. But the texts say only one of the Flame Guardians can renew the binding, and they perished in the last great battle." "Not all perished," Gandalf corrected gently. "I am the last of the Astari who remembers the binding spell, the last who can journey to where the fragments of the Aurora crystal lie hidden and restore the seal before the Devourer breaks free." The princess's hand tightened on her sword. "You expect me to believe that you, an old man who appears from nowhere with wild claims, are one of the mythical Flame Guardians? For all I know, you seek the crystals for your own dark purpose." Before Gandalf could respond, a bone-chilling howl echoed from the forest depths, not the call of any natural wolf, but a sound that seemed to freeze the very marrow in their bones. It was followed by another, then another, a chorus of hunger and malice drawing nearer with each passing moment. "Shadow wolves," Gandalf said grimly, raising his staff as the crystal blazed brighter. "Harbingers of the Devourer, sent to prevent the renewal of the binding." Lyra drew her sword, its blade gleaming with a soft inner light of its own. Starfall, she named it, forged from metal that fell from the sky in my great-grandmother's time. They say it can bite even creatures of shadow. Then stand ready, princess, Gandalf advised as dark shapes materialized between the trees, massive wolves with fur black as the void and eyes that burned like embers in the abyss. For we face the vanguard of a darkness older than the mountains themselves. The battle was swift and terrible. The shadow wolves moved like living darkness, their forms seeming to melt and reform as they lunged with fangs that could rend both flesh and spirit. Gandalf's staff blazed with power as he spoke words of light and banishment, each syllable striking the creatures like physical blows. Beside him, Lyra fought with the grace and precision of one born to warfare, her enchanted blade leaving trails of starlight as it arced through the air. Yet for each wolf that dissolved into mist beneath their combined assault, two more emerged from the shadows. Soon they found themselves driven back against the stone circle, surrounded by gleaming eyes and slavering jaws. "There are too many," Lyra gasped, a crimson line across her cheek where a wolf's claws had grazed her. "We cannot hold them all. We need only hold long enough," Gandalf replied, his breathing labored, but his eyes alight with determination. The circle itself still holds some power. If we can reach its center, with a sudden surge of energy that belied his apparent age, Gandalf swept his staff in a wide arc, creating a momentary pathway through the snarling pack. "Now," he shouted, grabbing Lyra's arm and pulling her toward the center of the monoliths. As they passed between the ancient stones, the wolves howled in rage, but did not follow, pacing at the perimeter, as if held back by an invisible barrier. "The binding weakens, but is not yet broken," Gandalf explained, looking at the fading runes with growing concern. "But soon even this sanctuary will fail. We must reach the crystal fragments before that happens." Lyra sheathed her sword, her expression still guarded, but less hostile than before. "If what you say is true, if you truly are the last guardian, then why have you not shown yourself to my people? Why let the knowledge of the binding fade into legend?" Gandalf sighed, suddenly looking every year of his immense age. "The time of the Astari is passing, princess. We were sent to guide and protect, not to rule or command. Better that we fade into myth while the younger races grow in strength and wisdom." His eyes met hers directly. "But some threats are too ancient and powerful to be faced without the old magics. The Devourer of Light was ancient when the first elves awoke beneath the stars. A distant tremor shook the ground beneath their feet, causing dust and small stones to cascade from the monoliths. "It stirs more violently," Gandalf said grimly. "The crystal fragments must be reunited before the next full moon, or the binding will fail completely. Where are these fragments?" Lyra asked, her practical nature asserting itself despite her lingering doubts. "Scattered across the most perilous reaches of the world," Gandalf replied. "One lies buried in the frost-crowned mountains, in caverns where the ice never melts. Another rests in the bottomless marsh where no solid ground exists. The third was hidden in the heart of a volcano that has slumbered since the elder days." His expression grew solemn. "No single person could retrieve them all in time, not even one of the Astari." Understanding dawned in Lyra's eyes. "You need allies. Guides who know the territories. Warriors to protect the quest." Gandalf nodded. "The Shadow Lord who commands the Devourer has servants in every land. They will sense the awakening and move to stop us." His piercing gaze studied her face. "Will you stand with the last guardian, princess of the Eastern Marches? Will you help prevent the darkness that would consume not just your kingdom, but all lands beneath the sun?" Lyra looked from Gandalf to the pacing shadow wolves, then up to the fading runes on the ancient stones. The weight of decision pressed upon her to trust this stranger with his fantastical claims, or to dismiss him as a madman and return to the safety of her father's halls. "My ancestors swore an oath," she said finally. "Though its meaning has been lost to time, every ruler of my line has renewed it upon taking the crown. When the stones dim and the guardian returns, the blood of elendel shall honor its ancient promise." She straightened her shoulders. "I do not know if you speak truth, Gandalf the Grey, but I will not be the one to break faith with my forebears." A genuine smile transformed Gandalf's weathered face. "Then there is hope yet. The blood of elendel runs true in you, princess. Your ancestor helped forge the binding in the first place. It is fitting that his descendants should help renew it, as if in response to their alliance." The runes on the nearest monolith flared briefly brighter, casting their faces in ghostly blue light. "We must move quickly," Gandalf said, drawing a small map from within his robes. "The nearest fragment lies in the ice caves, a 3-day journey if we travel without rest. My royal guard camps not far from here," Lyra offered. "Loyal warriors, sworn to my service. With them, we might stand a chance against whatever servants the Shadow Lord sends against us." Gandalf considered this, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "Numbers may draw attention we can ill afford, but skilled arms would be welcome nonetheless." His eyes twinkled suddenly. "Besides, I have found in my long years that the grand tales are always more inspiring when told of brave companies setting forth against impossible odds, rather than lone wanderers stumbling through peril." Lyra almost smiled despite the gravity of their situation. "Then let us write a tale worthy of remembrance, guardian of the flame, assuming we live to tell it." As they prepared to leave the relative safety of the stone circle, Gandalf gazed up at the star-strewn sky, where clouds gathered on the northern horizon. The frost-crowned mountains loomed in the distance, their peaks lost in darkness. Somewhere in their icy heights waited the first fragment of the crystal that could save the world from ancient shadow, or prove to be merely the first step in a journey doomed to failure. "The road will be perilous," he warned. "The Shadow Lord has awakened after ages of dormancy. He will bend all his power towards stopping us. Then he will learn what it means to face the Princess of the Eastern Marches and the last guardian of the flame," Lyra replied, her hand resting once more on her sword hilt. Gandalf nodded, his expression resolute. "Indeed, he shall. Come, princess. The fate of all free lands hangs upon what we do in the days to come." Together, they stepped beyond the circle of ancient stones, into a world growing darker with each passing hour, carrying with them the fragile hope of renewing a binding older than the kingdoms of men, a quest born of necessity and sealed by the blood of ancient oaths remembered. Story 6. The White Raven arrived at Minas Tirith as the first autumn leaves began to fall. It circled the White Tower 3 times before descending to the weathered arm of King Aragorn Elessar, who stood upon the balcony of his private chambers. The old king's eyes, still sharp despite his graying beard and lined face, narrowed as he untied the small scroll from the bird's leg. "From Erebor," he murmured, recognizing the dwarven seal before breaking it open. His eyes widened as he read the message, written in the angular script of the mountain folk. "The Grey Pilgrim walks again beneath the lonely mountain." He spoke of darkness stirring in Moria. He carried a staff of white wood that shone with inner light. Yet 2 days prior, our kin in the Blue Mountains swear they broke bread with the same wanderer. Aragorn's hands trembled, not from age, but from the impossibility of what he held. For it was the third such report he had received in a fortnight. The first had come from the Shire, where Peregrine took now, Thane of the Hobbits claimed to have shared pipeweed with a grey-cloaked figure whose laughter and wisdom reminded him painfully of Gandalf. The second had arrived from Thranduil's realm in the Greenwood, where elven scouts reported a wanderer who calmed the giant spiders with a mere whisper. "My lord," Eldarion, his son and heir, entered quietly. "It seems our old friend has returned," Aragorn said, passing the message to his son. Or rather, many versions of him walked the lands simultaneously, but Gandalf sailed west with the ring-bearers. Eldarion replied, his brow furrowed. Mother said her farewell was final. Indeed, Aragorn turned to the west, as if he could see across the sundering seas to Valinor. Yet 5 different witnesses have now reported meeting a Grey Pilgrim who bears his likeness, his wisdom, and fragments of his power in the green valleys of the Shire, where halflings dwelled in their comfortable holes. Lily Burrows knelt beside her wilting garden. The drought had lasted nearly 2 months, and even the hardiest vegetables were surrendering to the parched earth. What would the old conjurer say, I wonder? She mused aloud, thinking of the tales her grandfather Samwise had told her of the wizards and elves of old. He might suggest speaking kindly to the soil. Came a lilting voice from behind her. Lily turned with a gasp to find a slender figure leaning on a gnarled staff. Though youthful in face, with bright eyes that hinted at mischief, the hobbit woman wore a gray cloak that seemed to shift like mist, and her bare feet left no prints in the dust. "Who?" Lily began. "Some call me Forsythia, the Foolish," the hobbit woman replied with a smile that suggested she was anything but. "Though I was once known merely as the gardener's daughter," she knelt beside Lily and placed her small hand upon the dry ground. Softly, she began to sing words in a language Lily had never heard, yet somehow understood in her heart a song of roots seeking water, of green things yearning for the sky. As the song ended, Forsythia tapped her staff against the earth, and from its tip fell 3 drops of clear liquid that sparkled like diamonds. By morning, Lily's garden bloomed as if after a week of gentle rain. In the halls of Erebor, Thorin IV, great-grandson of Thorin Stonehelm, received a messenger from the lowest mines. "The stranger has sealed the crack, my king," the dust-covered dwarf reported. "The darkness no longer seeps through," Thorin frowned. "And where is this wanderer now?" "Gone, sire." "But he left this." The messenger presented a small stone that glowed with an inner blue light. Etched upon it was a single rune that made Thorin's breath catch. It was the personal mark of Gandalf, known to few outside the highest councils of the wise. He said, the messenger hesitated. He said we should prepare, that what awoke in Moria will not remain contained. He said to seek his kin. His kin? Thorin's brow furrowed. "Yes, sire." He called himself Denir, son of the West. He said there were 4 others like him, each carrying a piece of what was once whole, beneath the eaves of Erin Lascalon, once called Mirkwood. Terwin watched the stars through gaps in the emerald canopy. The elf maiden had lived 300 years, young by the reckoning of her kind, yet old enough to remember the departure of the last ships. Her fingers absently traced the silver branches of the pendant at her throat, a gift from the gray-robed woman who had saved her hunting party from the nest of shadow spiders a fortnight past. It was part of something greater once, the woman had told her, silver eyes reflecting starlight. As were we all, the wanderer had named herself Ellen, daughter of stars, and spoke in the ancient Quenya tongue, as if it were her daily speech. Her staff had been a branch of Malorn wood, crowned with a crystal that shed light like the evening star. Terwin's reverie broke as horns sounded through the forest, the signal of intruders at the borders. She raced through the trees, light-footed as all her kind, to find the border guards surrounding a tall man in the armor of Gondor. "I seek the one called Ellen," the man announced, his hand raised in peace. "By order of King Elisar, in the golden plains of Rohan, where the horse lords still rode proud beneath billowing banners, A towering warrior walked alone toward Edoras. His skin was dark as mahogany, his beard braided with beads of bronze and iron. Upon his back was strapped a staff of red wood, and at his belt hung a horn carved from the tusk of some great beast. The guards at the gate crossed their spears as he approached. "State your business, stranger," demanded their captain. The warrior bowed deeply. "I am Karun, son of thunder," he replied in perfect Rohirric, though his accent hinted at lands far to the south and east. "I seek audience with your king regarding the awakening beneath the mountains." "What awakening?" The captain frowned. Karun's eyes darkened. "The nameless one stirs in the depths of Moria. I have felt his dreams reaching out, touching the minds of men. Already, villages near the mountains report children sleepwalking toward the eastern roads. King Aragorn stood in the Chamber of Records, surrounded by ancient scrolls and maps. Before him were gathered 4 individuals unlike any court Minas Tirith had seen in an age. Forsythia the Hobbit, her feet dangling from the tall chair. Denir the dwarf, his forked beard adorned with runes of silver. Elen the elf maiden, tall and serene in robes of twilight blue. And Karun of the southern lands, massive yet graceful as he leaned upon his staff of red wood. 5 there should be, Aragorn said, his gaze moving between them. "Where is the 5th heir?" "Here, my king," came a voice from the doorway. All turned to see a young man enter, dark-haired and gray-eyed, wearing the simple robes of a scholar of Gondor. He carried no staff, or no remarkable garments, yet something in the way light seemed to gather around him caused the others to rise in respect. "Estel," Aragorn whispered, recognizing the keeper of the royal archives, a foundling who had grown up within the Citadel itself. "You bear his legacy as well?" Estel nodded, opening his palm to reveal a ring set with a red stone. "He came to me not in physical form, but in dreams. He called me nameless, for I represent what he was before he was sent to Middle-earth, a spirit of fire and thought." "Then it is true," Ellen said softly. "Our master foresaw this day, not our master," Denir corrected gruffly. "Our teacher. He gave each of us a fragment of his knowledge, his power and his burden. Why? Ask the king. Why did Gandalf split his legacy among the 5 races of free peoples? Because what awakens cannot be fought by one kind alone," Karun answered, his deep voice solemn. In the final days before his departure, Mithrandir sensed that Morgoth's lieutenant left more than his ring behind. A sliver of his very thought remained. Buried in the deepest pit of Moria, Forsythia hopped down from her chair. The darkness spreads like roots through soil, seeking minds to corrupt. But unlike Sauron's ring, it cannot be destroyed by fire or force. It must be contained, Estel said. Using the 5 aspects of Gandalf's power, compassion, strength, wisdom, courage, and sacrifice, Aragorn unrolled a map of Moria upon the table. The dwarves report tremors beneath the eastern halls, and strange lights in the depths where the Balrog once dwelled. "We must enter through 5 different gates," Denir said, tracing routes with his thick finger. "And approach the Nameless One's prison from 5 directions." A star pattern, Ellen observed. "As was written in the prophecy Gandalf left with me." Karun placed his staff upon the table. "With your blessing, King Elisar, we begin our journey at dawn." Aragorn looked upon these 5 unlikely heirs, each so different, yet bound by the legacy of his old friend. "What did he tell each of you at the end?" They exchanged glances before Estel spoke, that magic would not leave Middle-earth, but transform. That the power of creation belongs not to wizards alone, but to all free peoples who choose light over darkness. And he said, Forsythia added with a smile that echoed Gandalf's own, that the greatest magic lies in how ordinary folk find extraordinary courage when facing the shadow together as the five prepared to depart, gathering what supplies they would need for the perilous journey into Moria's depths. Aragorn stood at the window of the White Tower, gazing westward. "You knew, old friend," he whispered to the setting sun. "You knew that even after sailing into the uttermost west, a part of you had remained to guard Middle-earth in its final hour of need and somewhere beyond the circles of the world." He thought he heard a familiar chuckle carried on the evening breeze, the laugh of a Grey Pilgrim who had always delighted in surprising even the wise.